Okay, getting my coffee now, BRB. Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Apologies for being late. I just didn't manage time well. I don't have an excuse. I wasn't really busy or anything. I just didn't start on time. It's one of those days. We'll call it lack of motivation. Um, but that doesn't make sense because I am motivated now. I'm motivated. Sorry, Virtual memes. Cause we're not that far off improving this record. So this isn't gonna be like the content indefinitely until it happens, but I do see myself just deciding to do this fairly often for a little while. Just be aware. But how we doing? Super, Jester, Mr. Sean, Itsukato. Um, no live split. I do not want to update. Updates are bad. A lot of great paced flag scale GTD runs till some items decide to destroy the whole run. They do that. It do be like that. Maybe I'll try out some different shields at the start of it today. See what happens with that. Might do some Frozen Heart runs. Because the rooms Frozen Heart affects favorably are the very first room and the room after Crystals 1. Now, I don't really need help in the ladder, but it'd be an extra opportunity for me to turn my brain off. And if it speeds up this room, it's worth attempting. Problem is with that Frozen Heart, instead of the Stinger, I should use the 150/90 GA. Hey Upper, how you doing? Acquired the correct gear, minus the purple pistol and nitrate stack charge for axe stab. Ooh, neat. Important thing. Do you have the radius here and then the AoE damage there? Because that affects how many things you're able to like hit with the Nova. It matters. Hey Meds Plays, how's the speedrun going? We actually just started. Haven't done any attempts yet. At a sub 12 portal before Scourge. I believe you. I believe you. Scaled has just so much time save because like the mobs right before Crystals 1, there's a lot less of them. The mobs and Necrobugs 2, there's a lot less. Crystals are basically free. Yeah, like scaled can go real fast. Just testing then? No, we just started. Like you got here within 2 minutes of me opening my mouth. Spent 8 farming, need to take a break. Understandable, yeah. Keep in mind that less straightforward builds like Rackstab, some of the recommendations aren't recommendations, but they're like, have this type thing. Like, you can make up the damage in a bunch of places from you don't need perfect passives on the class mod and artifact, but like the splash radius on this and then the AoE damage in slot 2 or 3 on this, that's what makes the Nova big. Not having another killable situation. Yeah, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Let's try one with Frozen Heart. Just sneeze. Ugh, that one hurt. You gonna run away? We're gonna try. I just need to pay more attention to the lineups there. Tricky thing with Frozen Heart is whether or not it does more or less damage than the Stinger depends on your gear investment. Like, I can't get any more damage out of it from my class mod. I could from my artifact, but that would require losing movement speed. I could get more out of it from annoyance, but that hurts other areas of the build. I guess there's an argument for running, like, terror generation on my EMP5. And then, like, terror damage and fire rate on the fish slap. But that's such a minor thing, because Flak already has that molt covered pretty well. But I found something that removes polygel. I don't know what that is. Paint thinner. I do know what that is. Lucky bounce. That could have been faster, but it's completely safe as long as it doesn't touch my skin. That doesn't sound super safe, but I've heard of more unsafe things. Okay. Could have gone better, but that also could have gone worse. The cool thing with Frozen Heart is I don't need to kill. Probably going to, anyway. How'd you even... I was just about to comment on how well that was going. Oh, reset. Well, that was going well. But a straggler. We run that back. You don't take those. Yeah, if I lose time anywhere before the end of Crystals 1, then I think I comfortably reset those. I should play out a full run for warm-up like I often do, but meh. We're going right for it today. Get more grind time in, you know? Okay. So I try not to kill it all? Yeah. Bad movement, but whatever. Why do they scatter so much? That's so weird. Just have bonus enemies, apparently? What is this? Okay. Well, I did need to clear those, unfortunately. Yeah, I somehow lost like 8 seconds to that. I'll leave that other side alone, I think. Hey, newbie. How you doing? Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Finish platinum perfectly, level 50. Nice. Really got revenants here? That's extremely frustrating. Yeah, cat. That is a reset. You're correct. Are you gonna stop? You've been doing this all morning. I just gave you food. And I know you don't need a water refill on that bowl because you just knock it over. You don't even drink it. When in doubt, shoot the guardian angel. Wait, 110? What? So, like, I don't know how the fuck this room works. I thought that was a bad attempt. And that's, like, the fastest I've ever done that room on this build. Wait, what? Some bad movement almost cost me that. Hey, homie data, how you doing? Cat. Hey, Swin. Hey, Pericles, thank you for the 11 months. One more for the year. Yeah, we're getting there. Time is crazy.
One more for the year clock.
You know, his combat feels ass. Rabbit, you'd think that after as many years of playing games as you have, you'd understand that the combat of a lot of games changes as you level? But like, okay. I'm not gonna try to dissuade you of the notion, because don't play that game anyway. The 356 crystals. hate these fucking Saras. That was the worst. Anathema might feel a little safer with the Frozen Heart. I can do that. They bop you high, they really do. Next video players are a riot to listen to. Telling you, there's a reason the majority of people who quit that game completely nuke their account to make sure that they can't come back. The gear upgrading system is basically like the Borderlands part variance issue, but literally every time you want to upgrade an item you already have, you have a chance of just losing it completely. And imagine the most toxic PvP shitlord in an MMO you can think of. It's your average video player, because it's what the game forces you to be. It's not a healthy environment. I don't want Anathema, I'll take it. Yeah, Anathema's pretty stress-free with the Frozen Heart, I gotta say. Why are you hiding? Ugh. That one mob cost me so much time. Hopefully Frozen Heart cleaning up the airborne enemies helps me out enough here. Cooldown issue. Yeah, if I didn't play that poorly, that could have been the run. It's still a run, but that went surprisingly well. Oh, smooth rocket jump. Glad you think so, based on. How you doing? Hey Voodoo, how are you? Sparkplug memes on Tyrant? Yeah, Sparkplug is probably the most efficient way of killing Tyrant of Instinct in the entire game. There's a few enemies Sparkplug just eats because of the way hitboxes work. Any large Saurians like that. Also Scourge, the final boss of the Guardian Takedown. There's probably a way to ground slam out of that jump pad, by the way, to land in the crystal. It's just I've never bothered to science that at length. One day. Late swapping to Market Plumage there, but honestly I haven't been expecting this run to go as well as it has been. Caught me a bit off guard. Where did you come from? Why did a Sarah come from that side? I'm so confused. I did lose a healthy chunk of time to that, but... Of course I got those revs. Threading the needle on those fish. Yeah, I had to go slow a bunch because I was a little too aggressive with throwing fish. And there I wasn't aggressive enough. So yeah, I'm about 10 seconds behind where I need to be. A little more. Also good knife drain launch pad. Yes. I shot too early. Skill issue. Work with rack stab. I mean, you don't see me ground slamming much, right? It would, the launch pad part wouldn't really help you. The knife drain would help keep you alive while you're learning the build, sure. But static charge is a very important piece of your damage dealing. I really would not neglect that. Yeah, 25 seconds behind. That's fun. Play it out. Good for the first Frozen Heart run. Thanks for the 30 months, Rabbit. I'll catch up on chat in a minute. Hang on. not bad for the first full run of the day. I stopped a little early, 1641. A heart over snowshoe? Because Frozen Heart does more damage. And has a bigger radius. Snowshoe's damage will go off of what your shield capacity is when you hit with it. Kind of. It doesn't work that way every way, but that's the best way to explain it. Why Frozen Snowshoe doesn't do damage when you use action skill start to trigger it. You'd have to actually manually, like, slide into something or have something break your shield for you to get the full damage Nova. And even then, it doesn't do as much as Frozen Heart, so Frozen Heart's just better. Let me catch up. Controller's dead too. My controller's telling me to take a break. Betty Davis OnlyFans. Hey, Nunu. Your name is green now. That threw me off. How long has your name been green? Did I just notice? Why is it not yellow? I don't understand. Having fun pretending to be new and Eve. You're an interesting individual. I should think it. Yeah, no problem, Fish Sticker. Also, this build doesn't normally run Frozen Heart. It's just for certain situations while speedrunning, it can become advantageous. Like, the Stinger is gonna do more damage, and a couple of the places where I lost time is due to having less damage. It's just the Frozen Heart is good here for huge radius. It's good at killing very weak enemies in huge spaces. But also for flying enemies, for the Sarahs, it just freezes them and forces them to drop in place. Been watching past couple streams, and this is the first time I've seen the heart. Yeah, it's something I carry around. I don't try it out often, but every once in a while it ends up being the answer. I've gotten the fastest room 1s I've gotten in the last 3 streams of this. In the first hour of this stream with Frozen Heart, so I guess I'll stick with that. This character uses triple absorber filter on. There's not really a character bias on that. It's just a defensive thing. The builds to use that on would be builds where you anticipate being shot at when you're doing content that you're being shot at. So Absorb, for example, borderline useless in something like the Guardian Takedown. Completely useless in, say, the Hemovorus fight. Absorb doesn't help you at all there. But let's say you're doing Malawon Takedown, you can absorb most damage in that instance, period. So yeah, it's great there. And then there's the added benefit of the way Borderlands 3 Absorb works. It goes into your mag instead of your backpack, meaning it helps with weapons that are particularly ammo hungry, that get a lot of value out of one shot. So say you're using some kind of shotgun that shoots slowly, or a launcher perhaps. I wouldn't really personally use launchers with Revolter, but you know, if you were to do that. Extremely inconvenient. So I managed to get that 801 Anathema with some awkward time losses because of that really fast room 1. If I can pull that again, without those awkward time losses. I get like a 750 anathema. Then I need to not lose time after that. So I would need the, enemies after Crystals 2 to cooperate. 114's good. Best rolls for Fish Slap. Triple Link will be the most damage you can get. Note that the card visually only shows 2, but it can get 3. A triple Link is the most damage. Damn it. I need to have the self-control to not do that. Ugh. Still going well so far. I'm gonna be aggressive and kill even though I don't need to. Just to ensure that these diadems are cleared when I want them to be. Can you tell if it's triple link? Look at the parts. It'll say link, link, and then if the percentage it tells you on the card for like what the link value is 50%, that's how you know you have a third one. The base damage of a Mayhem 10 level 72 elemental fish slap with 3 link parts is 128,000. So, if it's 128k, you're good. Fish wanted me dead. Why not triple Roid? Because Link works out more damage. Roid will visually show more damage on the card, but Link gives you more damage for each enemy it hits. This includes the first enemy. So as soon as you hit something, Link is more damage. And that includes the first target. Thank you, Frozen Heart. Much cleaner on that this time. Hey Era, how are you? Hey, Homan, how you doing? slow on throwing the fish that time. Hopefully that doesn't cost me too badly. Hey, Era, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it.
My smoothie quack sip.
Really helps out. Thank you. I was kind of slow on the cycles this time. I'll take an 803. It's enough to work with, you know? Interestingly, my pet is 10 seconds closer to respawning than it was on the last run. I don't know how that works out. Really hope I didn't leave a straggler up top. That would be disastrous. I'm actually not mad about that, despite me choking that rocket jump, because I want to test that again. I want to see if I can do that consistently. That was an unfortunate fail, on a good pace, but that was useful info still. I should just go for the safer lineup around the left side. Hey Leo, how are you? Let me catch up. Double Link Cryo, that's a pretty good one. It's non-traditional anime to watch. Non-traditional. I watch pretty standard, middle-of-the-road stuff. Unpopular. Underground, maybe. That's the word. Can't be bothered to watch One Piece. It's too goddamn long. I think that's the main thing that stopped me from getting into it, yeah. You think there's much time to be saved versus your current record? I think that Flak and the True Guardian takedown, with everything we currently know, I think you can get into like the 1540s. I do not think Flak, with everything we know, can beat current Zane top times, but I think we can get about 20 to 30 seconds faster. Doing good? Glad to hear. Someone with Zoro sword in them at all times, I'd say it's my favorite anime of all time. Oh, that's cool. You have those like a tattoo or something? Or do you like carry around literal swords? Dedicated cosplayer, maybe? Is Top Zane Creamer Hustler? Yeah, Urban Mech. Yeah. Why are you running Frozen Heart over Stinger now? It seems to be more consistent in the first room of the takedown, Leo, and that's the entire reason. I got a 110 in the first room today on like the third attempt. And that run we just choked was a 114. And like with Stinger, I can sometimes get something in like the 116, 117 range, but more consistently I'm around 124. Have them tattooed? Nice. For shonen anime, my favorite's Demon Slayer. For isekai, my favorite is Konosuba. I've never seen Konosuba or Demon Slayer. They're, you know, known enough that they're on my radar. But yeah, I've never seen either. Favorite anime is Gyosei. Not the best out there, but I just love it. Hey, like what you like. Shonen, Fire Force, or Black Clover, Isekai, Jobless Reincarnation, Overlord. I always preferred Frozen Heart for GTD. I'm surprised Frozen Heart wins in any area. It loses in damage against almost everything, Leo. But the thing is, against the very weak Necro bugs, you know, the single health bar flesh ones, the Jiras, the Vondas, those, it hits them sooner and does enough damage to kill them outright when I use the 150 over 90 GA. So I can clear those more easily. It's worse against anything with significant amounts of HP, but like that's what I have a fish for. Like the thought behind the Stinger over Frozen Heart in the boss fights is that I don't use the Stinger on the bosses anyway. Like Anathema never gets, I never get that close to Anathema. And on Scourge, I'm just using fish and items. And on Anathema, to be honest, Frozen Heart works out to be better because it's safer. It takes out the Saras more consistently. Fish the Manticores? Yeah. Dragon Ball always have a special place in my heart. So how about that new Budokai Tenkaichi game announcement? First Budokai Tenkaichi game in 15 years is happening. It's happening. It's really happening. One thing I know about Fire Force has one hell of an opening song. Yeah, I know very little about Fire Force. I just like Gundam, give me my mecha. Pris was recommending some Gundam stuff to me a couple months ago now that I'm just now remembering looked interesting. I gotta get into Gundam. Friend doesn't like talking to me about anime because I'm not a fan of JoJo's. And there's the I was gonna say the dark side. One of the many unfortunate things about anime discourse on the internet. People get real fucking elitist about it. You're allowed to dislike popular stuff if it's not for you. Like, never feel bad about that. I feel like it's hard to compare power in different anime. Yeah, the whole power scaling thing is super weird because people are like, oh yeah, Goku versus insert other protag here, and it's like, it doesn't even like work. I don't know. It's weird. Heard about Crystal Lake, their vocals features on the opening. I'm not familiar. Era, no. Or Naruto elitist, yeah. Like I'm a Naruto fan. I really like Naruto. But people who identify as liking Naruto a lot, there's not a lot of them I'd care to interact with. Let's just put it that way. A headcanon, no one can touch Gojo, so you all lose. Yeah, like, how do you... Exactly. Like, you start having to make really weird arguments, like, well, Goku moves fast enough that even Gojo can't perceive, and it's like, one, does that matter? Two, how do you know that? It's such a weird community. It's like the debate club got really bored, locked in a room with a manga for a week, and then decided that's their new personality. Need to get Crunchyroll so I can watch some of the newer Gundam. So much out there. I get good mileage out of my Crunchyroll, I gotta say. Goku strong, but Roku pretty good too. Tell him, Tom. Tell him the truth. Saitama versus Hulk is a pretty entertaining fight on YouTube. That does seem like it'd be one of the more entertaining ones, Mozilla. But like, the same things apply to comic characters as anime manga characters here, because like, example, how powerful is Superman? And the answer is as powerful as the writer wants him to be, which you could loosely apply to any character, but like, I believe it was who was it? Was it Jack Kirby? It was some like major DC authors like, yeah, the Superman's as powerful as the writer needs him to be. Because like sometimes he can fucking fly around the planet to reverse time. Other times he gets jobbed by fucking Batman. It was Stan Lee? It was Stan Lee, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed Stan Lee because cross-pollination there, but thank you, Urban Mech. So like, how do you power scale something like that versus another character? And Hulk is sort of loosely in the same sphere of Hulk's powers tied to anger. Cool. How far does that go? Depends on the writer. Some writers say Hulk is literally too angry to die. Like, you can't do it. No matter what you do, he just can't. Some say he can. Some people say Hulk can out-heal Wolverine. Some people say he can't. Like, some people say Wolverine can heal from one blood cell. Some people say he's dead if you decapitate him. Was up all last night farming on BO3. Been there. Also, we all know Batman wins with enough prep time. Our better talk is how far above peers a character is. Cross series just doesn't work. Yeah, comparing like inside of one IP, I feel is pretty interesting. Worldbreaker Hulk versus MCU Hulk. MCU Hulk is such a joke. Superman's hella weak. His weakness is a rock. Just throw a rock at him and he dies. The funny thing is, Rabbit, you're not technically wrong. I think the discourse gets so toxic because all the popular anime have relatively same wide approach formula to appeal to the most amount of people. A lot of the younger generation really seems to interpret values, opinions different from their own as an indictment of theirs rather than just a difference. I don't think that's a generational thing, Homie Data. We actually had this conversation yesterday about how things we apply to certain generations, you can apply that to a bunch of generations. Like, I could apply that in areas other than anime to older generations pretty easily without too much in the way of mental gymnastics. You got an Attack on Titan shirt for your birthday yesterday? Nice. Or the Pink Rock Superman. This is real. I believe it. Who would win, Batman or the kid from Home Alone with 3 months of prep time? That's a really good question because, like, Batman kind of sucks if you take away his money. I said it. Side note, anyone seen Batman Ninja? I watched that for the first time last month, and it was entertaining. Like, you know, I wouldn't rave about it, but it was fun. Think we can all agree Aurelia from Dragon Ball would win in a fight against anyone in universe? I mean, yeah, that's how she's written. Batman's just worse Iron Man that doesn't pay taxes. Can't argue. Batman Ninja. So it's an anime movie where Batman and a bunch of the Rogues Gallery and the Bat family, they get sent back in time to like feudal Japan. So it's just Batman Ninja. It's pretty fun. It gets ridiculous. They bend over backwards shouting out various influential anime. There's a little bit of mecha. It's a good time. Autocorrect really saying hello today. Well, it should have been more specific. Behaviors exist in all of us on the spectrum. It's more pronounced in the younger generation, especially before the ages with their brains have unambiguously can't yet develop more nuanced self-awareness. I get what you're getting at. I think that's just the product of how different generations utilize things like social media. Like, obviously, if you transplant social media back in time, shift its invention 50 years back, then you just see that in the older generation. It's and like, once again, if that were true, Facebook wouldn't be Facebook. Because if you think Zoomers on Twitter are bad, look at Boomers on Facebook. They're the same people, just older. Does depend on Batman iteration. There's quite a few that have multiple all forms of martial arts training. Still has detective skills, etc. Money by far makes him stupidly more powerful enough. No argument there. Resources, like, a huge part of his kit. Memes would be more advanced, though. Yeah. Body doesn't like sleep. It was prescribed medication made it really hard for me to sleep on 3 separate occasions. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear. That's rough. Batman versus Ninja, who will win the 1v1 in Fortnite. Fortnite's eventually going to have every character from every form of media ever, isn't it? And that's going to entail, like, 27 skins for Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Alright, let me get another run in. Continue nerding out, though. Feel free. I like chatting with you guys about this stuff. I left a straggler. Right, reset. That's fine. 150 skins for Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, sir. Flow from Progressive in Fortnite? Yes. When are you available in Fortnite? They haven't approached me yet. Character from Marvel now that I think is the strongest, but I don't want to say since it's from the new Ant-Man. I have an idea who you're thinking about, and, like, absolutely not. Unless you mean that ant. In which case, yes. Hey, Ace. I was reading Lord of the Rings. Turns out, Gollum was also a normal man. Ring drained his youth, freedom, his love of life. Must be the same thing, but I only got married. I mean, hi, Ace. And I'm excited for Shazam 2 another week. I find myself like, I just don't care about that movie. I don't think it's gonna be bad or anything. I'm not rooting for it to fail. It's just, I watched the trailer and it was the most uninteresting thing I've seen since Black Adam. And I was like, oh. So, like, waiting for Deadpool 3. Deadpool's gonna be cool. Bruce Willis in his prime would beat anyone at anything. That's why they didn't cast him in Titanic. He would have saved everybody. Bruce Willis stars in my favorite Christmas movie. He's a Mohawk. They announced the Sentry series. First time I've been hyped for Marvel in years. Hope they do it justice. Really, they announced Sentry? Like, I feel like Sentry is one of those characters they stayed away from for a while because they don't know what to do with them. But why did my pet's name change back to Meat Thief? Weird. I don't think anyone cares about Marvel movie spoilers, considering how fucking hard their shit fell off after Endgame. Like, Marvel movies used to be pretty hype. Like, even though they were never, like, art or anything, there's a fair amount of them you could walk out being like, hey, I enjoyed that. The last one I felt that way about was Shang-Chi. And even then, like, the third act of Shang-Chi fell off a fucking cliff. I am excited for Shang-Chi 2, though. That's gonna be cool. But, like, I saw an Ant-Man in theaters, and during the credits, like, there was my row, and then there was people in the row in front of me, people in the row behind me, and then people, like, 2 rows in front. The people 2 rows in front didn't even wait for the credits to start before they left. And then the last 3 rows, the one in front of me, the one with me, and then the one behind me, we were all just talking about what went wrong with the movie. Like, no one was excited. Everyone was just, like, coping. It's just... it wasn't good. Hey, Shiner, been arguing that Die Hard's the greatest Christmas movie. Yippee-ki-yay! Die Hard's great. And it is absolutely a Christmas movie. Hoping one of these days Marvel does a series on the King in Black. I don't think they can, because Sony has those rights. Like, anything associated with Venom, Marvel can't do movie-wise. Sony has to do it. Like, there's 4 or 5 major entries in Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery that Marvel just can't use. They can't do solo Hulk stuff because Universal has the rights to the Hulk. So that's why Thor Ragnarok was half a Hulk movie. Yeah. Still bitter about that, how they handled Carnage. It's hilarious that they somehow managed to waste Woody Harrelson and mess up Carnage in the same movie. Crazy. Crazy. When Sony rolls out classic like Morbius, I say let them keep doing what they're doing. So, if they just made, like, a Morbius level of meminess for each of those characters they have the rights to, you just say let them cook, Tom? Because, honestly, if they knowingly made things like that, like, I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with it. Like, if Morbius hadn't been an accident. You know things that are intentionally that shitty and campy? Like, the Velocipaster. It's a movie about a pastor who can turn into a velociraptor. Sharknado. you know, things that are just like, we are who we are. If Sony just did that with their characters. Pasta or pastor? Pastor. Sharknado was goated. There you go. Lillian gets it. Then again, Marvel isn't handling them that well either right now. Yeah, I'm told the current run of the Spider-Man comic is not good. I peek in on some spoilers every few weeks, but it seems interesting. We need more $1 million movies that are just out of the gate gonna be fucking terrible. Yes. I have both high and low expectations for Amazon Prime's God of War show. Yeah, the thing with it is like, there's still the expectation the video game adaptations aren't gonna be good, which I think works in its favor. But when you get a game that's as cinematic as the new God of War games, as cinematic as say The Last of Us, those are very story driven, like to the point where this is not a spoiler for The Last of Us show. I'm not gonna get into specifics, but they do just pull a bunch of scenes from the game, like full transplant, because they don't need to do anything else. They could just do that. They could do the same thing with God of War, so that could like work in its favor. But expectations are going to be an interesting thing to manage with that. How high do you have to be to think of Velocipaster? Yes. I say Marvel's writers have been having contests who can make Carnage the most nihilistic cringe lord possible. That's a little tragic. Have racks out anywhere? No. I don't think that's run over, as long as those racks get that enemy. See what happens. See, I don't understand the spawns here. You guys saw how long I was just chilling down, and that was a 112? How does this work? Why was that good? Stupid pillar. I did it again, every time. Fuck. Don't let me do that slide. If someone sees me going for it, just rip the mouse out of my hands. Soccer swears that it eats spawns. I'm not convinced, but I also can't refute it. It does something weird. It either eats spawns or forces them to happen faster. Like, there's something weird to it. Probably requires a more controlled test of, like, how many enemies I'm killing each time. Who'd win between a fight between Deadpool and Wolverine? Yeah, the fans. Like, that fight happening at all would be enough to please people. I don't think there's an outcome that would dissatisfy people, other than it not happening. Deadpool's killed Deadpool. Deadpool has killed most things. But as we discussed earlier, Deadpool and Wolverine are both characters that fall into the as strong as the writer wants them to be category. Healing factor is a thing that writers often just use like that, you know? They both got that. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I guess that's a reset. I'm glad where Deadpool fought Thanos. A lot of characters have fought Thanos. A lot of characters have killed Thanos. Someone a mod phalanx duration. Easy way to test. Yeah, that is a good way of testing. Borderlands spaghetti magic. How dare you play the most well-designed character in Borderlands history. Flack do be like that, Asa. Flack do be like that. MCU did Scarlet Witch kind of dirty. She should have been able to destroy Thanos. I mean, she did destroy him. It's just they remembered that they introduced a bunch of other characters. Then they needed them to each have a few seconds of screen time. But, like, she did do that. Squirrel Girl. That's why I like One Punch Man so much. The creator is openly flaunting the fact the writer determines the rules and therefore the winner. Yeah, it's something that you can accept. Like, people chalk that up to plot armor, and to me, that's a childish knee-jerk reaction to the reality that in all media, the writer decides the outcome. It's that simple. If a writer wants a character to beat another character, they will engineer a situation where it can happen. That's just how it works. Borderlands 3, more like Pasta Mania with all this spaghetti. You said it, Ken. You said it. Squirrel Girl beat Galactus. Doesn't surprise me. Like, that's not to say that certain characters defeating other characters can't be weird. But, like, that's the nature of all fiction, right? Like, a writer decides. Some characters end up in that box more than others. Now, I'm personally of the opinion that that is a good way of classifying whether or not a character is boring. Because as we touched on before, Superman is only interesting when his morality is the subject. In no other context is anything he does worth thought. And another good way of seeing that is how overcooked Injustice-related stuff is. The Injustice storyline is one of the more well-known, you know, Superman ain't always a good guy things, and the latest Injustice adaptation was not well received. Because it's overcooked. They drained it dry. It's tapped out. Plot armor joke in Wonderlands is really funny. I did enjoy that. Alien Story is just funny in general. I think so too. His favorite part was the main characters. For what they were, I enjoyed them. I'm a bit confused as to why that one didn't die, but whatever. Practice. I don't think there's any point, like we said before, going cross fandom like that. I don't know. Doesn't seem quantifiable. Because, like, then you just end up having a headcanon stuff like, oh yeah, the stones don't work on actual gods, and like, that's who? But also, like, why would they work? Like, it's weird. Yeah, that's a little too slow. I'll reset this. I don't even remember the robot's name, but I've said before that they succeeded in making them a dick and making me dislike them because of that. Fret? Yeah, Fret is an intentional murder hobo. Rules lawyer, murder hobo, the character. Fucking hell, get a melee attachment. Yeah, Gearbox got said so. Doom Eternal literally has a meat hook. I mean, so. The one in Doom 2016 doesn't have a meat hook. I don't know why, but I'm using one-shot reload Stagecoach and swapping for Cold Bore sometimes. I don't have to reload. Have I seen this? Yes. There's a swap reload thing used in the speedrun. We've classified it under the category of exploit for the purposes of time trials and things like that, but yeah, that is a thing. Accidentally exploiting. Fun, isn't it? It's one of those things that, like... Again, there's a lot of things that have been classified as exploits for good reasons that are possible to do accidentally. It's just... The reason why they're labeled exploits is because you can do them intentionally to a degree that absolutely breaks the game. Like, a lot of people get really salty about time trials not allowing fate grasping, because fate grasping happens accidentally. But the people making those complaints are the people who stare at their feet and fate grasp to get driver active. And it's like, well, that provides certain problematic tech when applied in smarter ways. Like dot builds could just fate grasp at their feet to have 99 tapestry stacks and then do more damage than fucking everything. I'll play it out. And then the whole swap reload thing, well, gun builds would have very little reason to run other things if swap reloading was allowed. I'm fairly confident you could even swap reload a Lucky 7. There's no anointment activation. I mean, like, doing it right before an engagement so you have the 99 tapestry already would, like, at least be beneficial for starting the fight, right? You'd end up using the actual cooldown on a target, but... trying to think of other exploits like that. Do armor users benefit more? Yeah, that's true. Action skill builds. Shit, I'd probably do that on the Pestilence build. Oh yeah, changing pets on Flak will forcibly revive and spawn your pet. And it's possible to do that accidentally, but it's also possible to do that intentionally. And I could use that... This is slow, I'm resetting. Actually, I'll save because it's been a while. I could use that, for example, on Anathema in this setup to give myself back my movement speed 40 seconds early. And obviously, that would be advantageous. This is the worst Vault Hunter in Borderlands history. I don't think that's quantifiable. Best worst is... in most cases, a subjective, you know, scale. And even if you try to make it as objective as possible, there's multiple parameters you could use for that, and some things are simply incomparable. Like, if you were to compare Lilith and Zane, there's not a lot to even compare to each other. They're in very fundamentally different games. They function very different as characters. There's no real common ground, yet in the context of their own games, they're each powerful. So, like, how do you compare that? Oh, ads. Stuck in ad. Sad. My answer to that was best and worst is a subjective scale. In many instances, even if you try to make it objective, then there's multiple metrics you could use to decide that, and different Vault Hunters fill different roles, and some games are incomparable. Like, comparing Lilith to Zane, there's no fair way of comparing the two at all. They're both strong in the context of their own game, but they're just too dissimilar. Both on a character level and a game level. You can compare characters within their own games, but even then, it's not clean. I'll prove it to you. Quick survey, people in chat. Who is the strongest Vault Hunter in Borderlands 3? Warloader. Punching your cell phone? Why would Amara punch your cell phone, Moo? Warloader. Roland was wearing a pearl shield from BL1. The game Sandy checked it out. Based. Fish slap. So the real answer to who's the strongest character in Borderlands 3 is it depends, because there is no straight answer to that. There is no uniform standard by which you can just decide that. Because even if you go most damage, okay, most damage under what circumstances? Single target? What kind of target is it? What gear is allowed? Most damage per shot? That's still not specific enough. Because if we just go most damage per shot, what kind of enemy is it? Is it one singular target? How many players are in the game? Like, those might seem like non-crucial pieces of information, but that all matters. And then, while we're talking about most damage per shot, is it most damage on just the hit? Are we including bonus elements, or are we including effects that trigger from landing that hit as part of that damage? Like, because if there's no restrictions on anything, Moze wins. Even with mild restrictions, Moze still wins. You can restrict things to a point where Zane can potentially do more damage, but like, you enter multi-target scenarios, then Amara starts looking more attractive. If we adjust for, let's say, no purple trees, then Zane falls off a cliff. Like, you can create restrictions to make it anything. And then if we do guns, that's different from the non-guns. Are we including status effects in this conversation as well? Because the status effect thing also matters a lot. Like, is it eraser compatible? Does it have a crit? Yeah. Most damage per shot with a starter pistol? Why? Because that's a useless fucking metric. No one's going to use the starter pistol. It's not applicable to any of the characters. But if you must, that's still most. Where Mo's has the option for a nuke. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Mo's on foot. Iron Bear does less damage than most. Personally, really don't like the one-shot metric to base characters because there isn't a boss that actually requires the damage as possible. Yeah, Leo, that's a good point to bring up because every enemy that can be one-shot in this game has been one-shot by every character with 0 skill points. It's fully doable. Go by who's the hottest. Unfortunately, that is also subjective, so we're still in that same pit. The immortal words of Mopey, these games are not that simple and best is highly situational. Exactly. Mara is the only one to kill a Hemo plus Vermi in one single blow simultaneously. Are we sure of that? Are we sure of that, Voodoo? I assume you mean, like, landing fish with UTD, hitting both of them as it spawns. No, I know that it can happen, but are we sure other characters can't do it, is the thing. One Stinger Nova, nothing else? Is this UTD or no? Because if no, then other characters can do that. Actually, either way, other characters can also do it. UTD? Yeah. So you can still do that. Now, it's easiest on Amara because Anima dot duration. But are we certain that other characters can't? So, like, this is also muddy because that's not one instance of damage. There's the dot. It's one original instance of damage. So, like, sure. Well, like, where's the line on that? For example, you could, and I hate myself for bringing this up, you could have Warloader throw a Hunter Seeker, and then, as long as it's far enough away, if the phases cycle fast enough, that one Hunter Seeker could kill both of them. Probably have to get extremely insane phase change RNG for others to do it. Yeah, you definitely would. It's inarguable that Amara can do that the easiest. But it's also funny because Amara does the least damage in general of all the characters. Yet she's capable of specific feats like that. Like, there's definitely other bosses where the Anima UTD combo lets her just do things at a level of efficiency other people can't. Phantom account, so does Hustler Eraser. Yeah, at that point you could just, with Eraser, shoot a Globetrotter, and then that one shot will then do all the phases if you get the phase changes RNG. Correct me if I'm wrong, does Hellwalker have the highest base damage of any base game shotgun? In terms of card damage, I don't know, maybe. In terms of actual damage output you get, it's not even the top 15. Might not be top 20 either. Hellwalker's Midwalker. Colossally overrated shotgun. Tried doing it on Flak when Voodoo originally brought it up, but the phase is too long, didn't want to spend 10 hours on it. Yeah, Amara having the dot duration makes that the easiest. But I don't want to say with certainty that other characters don't have means of killing at the same speed, even with one input. Globetrotter would hit multiple times? Yeah, well, Unleash the Dragon is a dot. It's already hitting multiple times. Like, are we specifying, okay, dot specifically? I would have to test to see if Mo's with a Disruptor can't do it, because that might be possible. Click one button though? Right. Like, is this one input? Or we're going card damage. I'd say it's probably between the Butcher and the Hellwalker, though the Butcher absolutely is not competitive for highest card damage on a shotgun, not even remotely. Also, in terms of DPS, Butcher is aggressively average. Remember not to confuse I like this thing with this thing is good. How to keep your sanity? Specify with, am I looting? Are things dying? Am I having fun? Yeah, but you're still a solid shotgun. Most weapons in this game are. And enjoy what you enjoy. Just this is why it's good to stay away from the word best or the word strongest without getting real specific about the parameters, because that's when you can enter a territory where you're saying something wrong. Saying, I enjoy this thing can't be wrong, because that's an expression of subjective preference. Saying this thing is stronger than this thing, well, that is verifiable. Best pistol for overall damage on all 4 Vault Hunters. Different answers. And also not specific enough. There's pistols that are close enough. There's pistols that have a particular skill synergy that puts them above each other. See how being dead affects this. Like, you didn't specify whether that's Hustler or Racer or not. So, for example, for Zane, we have no idea what would win between Free Radical, Herald, Scoville. Like, that's not specific enough. Didn't specify Two Fang or not, so we don't know what wins on Flak. To name a couple examples. Like I said, you have to get really, really specific to start comparing things. Psycho Stabber for melee, even if you never shoot it. Yet, even for melee, there's situations where Psycho Stabber isn't optimal because of the animation lockout issues you end up with. And then there's also, stuff like the Wyvern getting, better Anoint Pool. Making that sometimes a better option. Lucky 7 exists as well. I didn't mention Lucky 7 because it didn't come to mind, because it's not a thing you use on normal builds. If you try to use a Lucky 7 on a build that is not designed for Lucky 7, you're going to be underwhelmed. But if you use it on a build maximized for Lucky 7, then it is very hard to compete with. Still, it is not outright, hey, this is always best. Or dealing damage, because there's other things. Favorite Rockwell launcher is the Hive. I like the Hive too. I less like to see another Vault Hunter kill Hemo Vermi one input style, even Globetrotter fish hitting multiple times. Definitely doable. Definitely doable. Harder for sure, but definitely doable. One of the strongest recommendations I can make to people trying to enjoy these games, or learn these games either, is to forget the word best. Delete it from your vocabulary. Delete strongest as well. Why did I get revs here again? What is this? What is this shit? Reset. For BL3 to BL2, because I don't have the patience to farm in BL2, it's... Farming's worse in BL3. You know how people cream themselves over how rare the 94 sham is? Not even killable. You know how people cream themselves over how rare the 94 sham is? That's just like your average farm in BL3 for relevant endgame items. You want a specific role of, like, anything. Rev, former A7X drummer reference. RIP. Talented dude. There's a lot more enjoyable to farm. You're back into subjective territory. I do not like Borderlands farming, period. It is unenjoyable to me in all of its forms. I like playing the game. When it compares to a perfect figure on console, I mean, Becca at launch, max damage Becca with a specific anoint is harder. Think about it, you're farming GTD right now. Not for the loot, Leo. That's the thing. I'm doing it for the gameplay. I'm not doing it for the loot. I don't like Ultimate Vault Hunter in BL2. Most people don't. In my experience, I couldn't handle the BL3 farming. Yeah, that's fair. PS4 load times are about 1.5 minutes each map. Oh yeah. Majority of my Borderlands 2 playtime was split between Xbox 360 and PS4. And then my earliest BL3 time was also PS4. So, I definitely get you there. Anyway, back to running GTD. Good luck, Super. And PL2 on Vita don't get enough love. Didn't go according to plan. That was slow, but I need practice elsewhere. Hey, Control, thank you for the 28 months. Hand over your primals. Oh, I'm still grinding primals. I'm trying to set up a non-set necro now, so I need a bunch more primals. Ooh, Control, can we farm bounties later? I need bounties. I don't want to do that shit by myself. Not addicted.
Hand over your primals. Quagsire, Quagsire, Quagsire.
Also, yes, cool. The platforms play Borderlands on PS4 and Xbox 360. It's life-changing when you play on PC because load times alone. Like, there's a lot of people who downplay how mind-numbing BL2 farming is because playing a modern gaming PC, like running BL2, your load screens are less than 5 seconds. So, of course, you're not as unwilling to go through that process because you're not out of the game for very long. Your ratio of gameplay is still terrible, but you're not physically out of the game for very long. Compare that to running BL2 on the hardware that was available when it came out, or running BL3 on a console, and it's like, huh, 4-second load times versus 2-minute load times. That's Frozen Heart? Yeah. Not really going to be happy with this pace, but I need to practice the next section, so... I wonder how still I can stay. Oh, enemy knockback. an intentional time loss there to try something out. You having a good time? Yeah, I'm chilling. Oh, never mind. I'm no longer having a good time. The thing about Bloody Harvest and Cartel is time Charles runs asked about it before, never received an answer. The thing with that is setup time between runs. Yes key? Yeah, no, not doing that. Like, it'd be kind of tedious. But you can minimize it. Like, the first room of GTD is great for just getting the skulls and stuff. I don't know. I'm not opposed to it, Leo. I'm not opposed to it. Cartels is very random, though. Enjoy my new power. Keep it going, Jaybridge. Need 3 more primos, gonna lock final potion ability and altar. Yeah, that one took me a while. I eventually just salvaged stuff that I was actually wanting to use. I want to get one more solid, like, good attempt in so that I can start using meme gear. I want to try out friend stab instead of rack stab. Not great, but played out. I don't know why I slammed there. Cartel is definitely one of the worst, but name the map that isn't random. Cartels randomizes which section of the map you go to, Leo. That's a bit more random than others. Require hitting all of them. That's an option. That's an option. Then the RNG would just be which bosses you get where. Which mini bosses you get where. Some mini bosses would just be slower, it's worth noting. Like, if you get, say, Tyrone Smallums instead of, Josie Bite, then that's probably just a reset if the runs are super competitive. Like, Tyrone and Fish Slap are slow, and the rest are fast. But yeah, full clear. I don't dislike the idea. to competitive runs. A lot of people here do. A lot of the names you'd see on the time trials leaderboards are people that hang out here. Bad throw. Good job, me. See, that was fast. It didn't go down this time. Yeah, Frozen Heart's just faster in that room. Over there, that's not ideal. I did lose a little time, but you know, the recovery was okay. Pet, why are you doing that? It's weird behavior. Why are the items going for my pet?
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey, McBain. You're having fun with my nails. What are you deciding between, Moo? Ooh, sub 430 into this room is speedy. Ah, fuck me. Why did I open my goddamn mouth? I'm still ahead, but by like 2 seconds instead of 7. So many immune phases. It is a lot, isn't it? I really like the design of this fight. I just think it could have been, you know, fewer phases. Still one of my favorites, in spite of that. Okay, 8 minutes dead. Thank you. Okay, good pace. Why is the Imagine Dragons guy always got his dick out? I feel like I missed some important context for this. Also, I have to pee. Why do the best runs happen when I have to pee? No, I didn't? Oh, okay. I guess I didn't. Context Moo Girl, understandable, Viper. Piss yourself for real gamer status. Skip the rocket jump this time. Hey, K6, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How'd the stream go? What'd you guys get up to? Sorry, I'm laser focused right now. We are on pace for the goal that's right above my head right now. New record for True Guardian takedown on Flak. I'm being a sweaty gamer. I really appreciate you bringing the people by. How was the ISP today? Was it any better? Hopefully. I really empathize with that issue because I've been having it a lot too. Okay, I don't know how to handle this room right now. Missed that grenade. That's not ideal. If I stand here, can I get reps? No, I just didn't hit those enemies. I did lose some time there. Sadly still bad? Aw, sorry to hear, man. I will join you in sending them strongly worded letters and pooping on their lawns. Or whatever it is disgruntled customers are supposed to do in this situation. I didn't mean to fall down there, but we'll play it off. Actually kind of worked out. Kind of worked out. Good spawns, good spawns. Ooh, good spawns. These are the best spawns, actually. Lost a second there. Well, this is not quite going to be the goal. Sad, but this was a really solid run. Definitely not with me making that mistake. Ugh. Still a good run. I made a few errors. That was close to a record run. 16-17 is good. Okay, yeah, I am sorry about me being disengaged during that, but I appreciate you guys coming by, those who are still around from the K6 raid. Let me scroll up. Ironic considering I play a lot of Zame, but I find leaning into violent momentum and driver really annoying to use. Yeah, it's like that sometimes, yeah. Play Flak for the builds I use requires least solid matching. That can apply to a bunch of characters. Hurry so fast. Movement speed from my pet, movement speed on my artifact, movement speed from my skill tree. A lot of movement speed. Hey Denanzador, how you doing? Hey Kitty, how are you? This is weird, thought Fadeaway Flak would output the most DPS. Yes and no. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. The thing with speedrunning content in this game is often you'll hit a point where you have enough damage that like you don't need to one-shot an enemy harder, for example. So it becomes more important to hit more enemies at the same time. And the thing with using rack attack plus action skill start shields means you have on-demand press button Nova that clears a whole room. And that can be much faster clear than setups where you would have to point and shoot at every enemy. Because think about how guns work in these games. Like, you're dealing damage along your sight line. Guns that do have things like Jacob's ricochets or reflux chains, those can hit multiple enemies, but at the end of the day, your damage is still along your sightline. But if you have Novas, then everyone dies. Well, I guess movement speed and skill tree? Yeah, green tree. Fast and the Furious. With 3 points, it's 10% as long as you're over half HP. Doing good things, how about you? Doing well, doing well. That was the best run we've had so far today. I am kind of annoyed that I did choke very late in the run. Basically, everything I did after Crystals 2 was suboptimal. Could have been faster. So that did cost me the record. Definitely more than 10 seconds of time loss from that, but it was still a good run. I'm doing well, Kitty. Glad to hear things are good for you. Fonda with Get Down, Mr. President. IBS2 or no beast. Yeah, that's the other thing. Interplanetary Stalker, when you're fighting the Necrobugs, is also movement speed. So that's why on my class mod, I go 4 of that and only 1 Eager to Impress, because it gives me more speed in those 2 rooms. Suck at the rocket jump before Anathema. There's a few different lineups you can use, Super. I like the floor lineup, but there's also a wall one, and then there's a couple backup ones down in the pit as well. It's just finding the one that works for you. Like, the wall one is technically the best one, but I'm not good at that one, so I do the floor one. How to get a good rung via Quag standards? Just drink an entire gallon of water and hold it. Why is it that my good runs are always when I have to pee? Like, is anyone else like that? Is that just a me thing? Sounds of running water. I mean, I'm holding it. I'm continuing to drink coffee so I can get another good run in, because I don't want to ruin the thing I got going. Like, if we can replicate that run, but with slightly better RNG before Crystals 1, and then me not forgetting how to play the game after Crystals 2, then that's world record right there. I get good runs while watching Sen stream. Weird things be like that. Yeah. Health and BL3 is constantly getting hit by a car. With this build, you do enough area clear that you have breathers, and keep in mind that the movement speed will almost always be on during downtime, which is where it's needed most. I don't need movement speed in combat that badly, but going between combat encounters, well, that's the entire reason I have this EMP5. It's movement speed while you're holding it. Chocolate, kind of like a time release coffee. On episode of Chi where they said studies show people who really need to use the bathroom make better, faster decisions. Nice. You don't expect green trees, you don't have health regen? Yeah, that's also it. Health regen primarily for Flak comes from Rage and Recover and Spider and Scorcher. I'm not using the Scorcher, but I do have Rage and Recover. I have 5 points in there because it's huge. There are other sources. Like, you get a little bit from Turntail and Run, you get a little bit from Self-Repairing System, you get a little bit from Who Rescued Who. But the vast majority is this right here. Dying. So it's it might be a little hard to tell, but see how I'm moving a little bit faster than I was against the Guardians? That's because Interplanetary Stalker gives you movement speed on killing a beast. So for the 2 sections where you fight the Necrobugs, you do get a little extra zoom. And that's noteworthy because after each Necrobug section is when you have the longest bits of running in the entire run. So, once again, hats off to the GTD level designers. They seriously, like, really outdid themselves. There's so much thoughtful stuff that went into how this takedown functions. Ooh, 110. Lol. Move speed while you're holding it? Ha. Be aggressive. I don't want them to die, so I'm just gonna freeze them. Oh, that was stupid. GD level design is great until you get Spinning Rock. It's the one flaw, or at least the biggest flaw, I should say. Hey, boom. $355. No! I knew that was gonna happen as soon as that one was frozen right there. Hey Mox, how you doing? So, for reference, the pace I'm going for, opening that door before the 4-minute 30-second mark, that's world record pace. That's where I need to be. So I was right where I need to be. Once again, Quag's weaker than the Abyss. Quag is weaker than a lot of things. Like, for example, Quag is weaker than menus. I could smooth out this run a bunch by actually switching off of the Frozen Heart once I no longer need it. But because I'm bad at menuing, I just refuse. And I just use it the whole run. In all honesty, switching to Stinger after this room is probably the correct play. But I ain't gonna do it. Something. Quag's biggest enemy is gravity. I thought it was aiming. Could have handled that better. Menuing means interacting with the UI. Fair point. This enemy's fish, which happens to also be my best friend. The toxic relationship, isn't it, Voodoo? Dinner time, have a good stream. Thanks for hanging out, Denenzador, I appreciate it. Hope you have an excellent dinner. Ew, I didn't want those to spawn. Just freeze, and we're all good. Awkward. Very awkward. Still good pace. Yeah, I'm a little behind. Play it out, though. I have time saved later. I suddenly discover how to play this game properly. You haven't found out how to play the game properly at 6,000 hours. When will it happen? That's the funny part. It won't. For the Gorillas in this Flak, how do you get the shield break and action skill start? It's an anoint you can just roll onto the Revolter. If it's not already on your Revolter when it drops, then as long as you have an anointed one, you can just go to the machine next to Crazy Earl and reroll it. Takes a little bit of Iridium per attempt, but fortunately rerolling shields isn't too bad. Like, the pool of shield anoints isn't very large, so it's one of the more reasonable ones. Yeah, make sure you don't have Bloody Harvest on, because that increases the anoint pool. Means more things can pop up there that aren't the one you want. That's actually a big problem. I killed all the enemies too fast. Had to do a recovery strat there. Yeah, I did lose a bunch of time to being too trigger happy, but that's fine. A good flak build involves downing yourself. Many of them. Living there isn't run over, it's just minus 4 seconds. 5 seconds. I was too close to the edge trying not to die to my fish, so that happens. But you get the checkpoint there anyway, so. Any build the Quag uses. Listen. How dare you accurately call me out on my own stream? I'm gonna go farm a good Revolter. Honestly, any that don't have Projected, and you're chilling. Projected as a part kind of makes your life harder, and then all the other ones are minimally impactful, for being honest. I like Vagabond for move speed between combat encounters, personally. That's my favorite. Oh, I'm cryoed? I didn't know that was something that could go wrong there. I guess I stepped back into the water too soon. Yeah, this is slow. I'm about 20 seconds behind where I need to be. But I'll play it out. I'm using double absorb something fleet, I think. Those are really good parts. Honestly, yeah, that's more than good enough to use. I'm taking the brain cell. I am busy running right now. But hi, son. Is it anointed? No? Ah, that's the problem. Yeah, you can't roll anointed. You can't roll anoints onto unanointed items, sadly. That is something that they fixed, or they at least changed for how Wonderland's rerolling works. That's a W in that department. I'm hopeful in whatever next release we get, it's like a combination of the two reroll systems they've given us. The Wonderlands one is better, but it still has some flaws. There's still some stuff they could work out in that department. But yeah, unfortunately, if yours isn't anointed, you will need to farm another copy. I'm so aggressive right now. I'll play this out for practice. I want to practice that next room, because I don't really know how to run it with Rosenheart efficiently. That was some knockback. That was decent. Yeah, I recovered a little bit of time there. I gotta test out movement on this. There's gotta be a faster way to get down this thing. Builds you recommend for Moes? Forgery Moes is a really good, reliable, just kind of do whatever you feel like messing around with build for Moes. I like that one a lot. Oh. That was a silly miss. I'm already behind, so. Hey Lone, how you doing? Yeah, 4 trees, what I said. Almost hit myself with a fish. That'd have been tragic. another decent run, but yeah, I fumbled the bag a little bit. Decent. The consistency's going up. That's good. It's funny, with the Frozen Heart, the areas of the run I need to practice are different than the areas of the run I need to practice with the Stinger. Just changing nothing about the build except what shield I have on completely changes how I approach the run. That's part of what keeps me so invested in Borderlands 3, build crafting and endgame speedrunning. Like, for anyone who doesn't know by now, the shield slot in Borderlands 3 is absurdly stacked. Like, there's just so many different things you can build around, and they're meaningful things that change your build. Doing alright, all things considered. Been doing some BL3 every here and then, but kind of sad, can't really do any new builds. Everything great's already been discovered. I mean, if you say everything great has already been discovered, you're almost never right. Because new stuff is, like, how could you know what you don't know? Right? Like, I don't think you can ever say, as an absolute, everything has been discovered. People still discover stuff in BL2 over 10 years later. There have been recent Borderlands 3 discoveries. Still finding time saves in SMB1. Explain like I'm stupid. I don't know that acronym off the top of my head. But yes. Super Mario Brothers. Thank you. Thank you. See, there you go. That's a great example. Trapper Flack so OP even one hits my motivation to find it. How does it make you feel, Alone, that an alternate strat I'm considering for this run involves me taking a couple points of purple? Now, Flack's purple tree is horrible. Don't get it twisted, but even horrible things occasionally have use cases. I'm thinking. Shotgun and the launcher. Guardian Angel is the shotgun, and Kick Charger is the launcher. Even horrible things of use cases. Better hope that's not taken out of context. Oh no, yeah, true. This is the internet. Besides Executor and Superior Firepower, any other conditional status effect damage buffs? None that I can think of offhand. Super Mario Brothers 1 has a crazy speedrun community to the point where some runners are literally on par with tool-assisted speedrun runs. That's cool. Love to hear that. So, the alternate tech that I want to test involves using a friend bot and situational swaps to fade away. So the menuing, ugh. But the advantage of that is I don't need to rocket jump at all anymore, so it does open up a slot here. I'm here. Hey, Brucey. So I could put in some weapon other than my plumage. Friend bot with 5 and Barbaric Yop increases the movement speed bonus that the Jabber gives. So instead of 15% from the jabber, we get 25%. And 10% might not be a lot, but look how much I'm zooming right now. It matters over the course of runs like this. Then the other thing is, I have fadeaway on instead of attack. Fadeaway also gives you movement speed. 25%. So having fadeaway movement speed with friend bot and all that other stuff means we zoom in. And you can't switch action skills while it's on cooldown. Oh, you can. Oh yeah, this isn't Wonderlands. So I guess something I could do is like the end of an encounter, switch to fadeaway, pop it, do that, switch. I still have the movement speed. That's so cheesy though. That's like 5 seconds of menuing for 10 seconds of 25% movement speed. How am I? I'm doing well, Brucey. If only you can menu while in midair. Yeah. Feels like it won't be better, but good luck. The specific place where this friendbot fadeaway thing is better is it lets you jump to Anathema without a rocket jump. And there's already workarounds for everywhere else where I rocket jump in the run that movement speed can achieve. So doing that would completely eliminate the need for this. And it also enables the pet strat for Anathema, which when executed properly is a frame perfect kill of the boss. Because the way Anathema's big rad bubble works is it does a shitload of instances of damage. Like it's a lot of little hits, well, a lot of big hits really. But because it's so many, the pet reflects a bunch of those hits with he bites, or it's not a true reflect. It's not quite how it works, but it'll inflict he bites damage for each of those instances it takes. He bites gets pet damage formula. You can boost that through skill tree and a bunch of ways. So having the pet stand in the rad bubbles when you have enough pet boosts is enough to have the boss phase itself faster than human input could manage. The problem with that is doing that without Gamma Burst means that you have to find a way to manually revive the pet each time. Gamma Burst, resurrect your pet? Yes, and your pet also cannot drop below 1 HP while Gamma Burst is active, outside of bugs. But switching to Gamma Burst would mean I don't have my normal action skill for that section, and I wouldn't have perfect uptime of Gamma Burst. However, Friendbot's effect is whenever you get a kill, your pet gets up. So all I would have to do is kill one enemy in like during every immune phase, and then my pet would get up, and I could just put it back on the boss. The problems with doing this arise elsewhere in the run. Like, I wouldn't have my Peregrine, which is my primary way of dealing with a lot of flying enemies. Now, Frozen Heart would cover some of the bases there, because I could just lock them in place and then throw a fish at them. And that's honestly the main thing. I would also have a little bit less damage in general. Can't drop below 1 HP while on Gamma, loaders, and counters. Yeah. Want to know about the conditional status effect damage buff, because I have a theory that conditional status effect damage buff is tied to the cryo buff given by Executor and Spear Firepower. Well, that's kind of known, Butter. There's a couple different attributes that they use for status damage, and one of them just boosts cryo damage instead of cryo efficiency. Is my understanding of it. They just used an incorrect attribute in those two places. Got it right? Thanks, Lone. Okay, I'm gonna make a copy of this save. We're gonna try out the thing. Forget cliff counter, I want a save counter. How big is my saves folder? Let's see. So like my saves folder for my Steam installation of BL3 is 2.2 gigs. Need to be more specific talking about Executor. Yeah, Executor and Spirit Firepower work like that. How many saves? Well, this says I'll just put that in chat because I play a lot. I test a lot of shit. Individual save files. That is what happens when I go right-click properties on my saves folder. That's what it tells me. So, I don't know if something about that is wrong, but that's what it tells me. How the heck nobody realized this is a thing? Similar to wedding invitations, fire, cryo vulnerability. Cryo vulnerability. You're gonna have to explain that one to me. Long string of numbers and letters folder? Yeah. Yeah. What, you don't know? I don't. Jesus fucking Christ. I play this game a lot. I was gonna go friend step, but no. Be formal. I don't want to rehear this. Maybe this is something I did know, but forgot. Unintentionally proving my point. Anyways, wedding invitation gives 25% fire vulnerability and 50% cry vulnerability, stacking up to 4 times. Does it persist after weapon swap? Because that's, like, really useful information. And is that applied per... Yeah, it persists. What's the duration? And does it apply per projectile you land? I don't know about duration. That's honestly hilarious. And, like, I need to use that for some stuff. That's funny. I didn't know that. See, you learn something every day. I have about 6,700 hours in this game, and I did not know that until now. Weirdest thing I've heard all day. Yeah, it's cool. I guess Ambush Predator still makes the most sense here. Not even sure which way around works, like what gets applied by the main projectile or the ricochet. I found that out back when they first reintroduced it. That's something I'm definitely gonna have to look into. Myself at 10 FPS were like, yeah, that makes sense, but how did nobody realize this is why it was so OP? Because that wasn't the only thing. Like, it fell off a cliff in terms of usage and output because it was also heavily benefiting from the bonus projectile behavior. So people assumed that it was purely from the extra raw damage from those extra hits. But in actuality, a component of that was it was also applying its debuff faster. It makes sense. So not only did the gun lose a bunch of hits from the bonus projectile behavior thing, it's debuffing slower. Forgot about the multi-ricochet? Yeah, the bunch of weapons died because of that. Proprietary license, XZ41, to some degree conference call. It's funny how self-repairing systems literally just Salvador's hard to kill, but way stronger. That's saying a lot. And it still manages to be relatively low value because HP buffer tanking is not fantastic in this game. They didn't really get that right until Wonderlands, honestly. I'm deciding how much I want a Furious Attack versus that, because Furious Attack is pet damage, but it's going to require me to shoot. I think I can be fine with that. I just shoot my EMP5. Yeah, I can just shoot my EMP5. Okay. 3-pack tactics, 1 gotta go fast. The 1-point purple. Now, there is a bug where sometimes if your pet has enough movement speed, it despawns from existence when you're going to Anathema. Because, of course, flak pets have something like that going on. But we'll see. Enemies are frozen, they still target you. Yes. You can tell if an enemy's targeting you or not by the dot on the map. If they have a red dot, they're targeting you. If they have a white dot, they're mezzed. And if there's no dot, they're targeting someone else. Just imagining the pets being dusted away like Thanos. I like the license too. License was fun. License was definitely a fun one. Okay. We put on the friend bot. Now we don't need this, but the question is, what do I put in this slot instead? It's between Face Puncher, Blade Fury. Now, something I could do, I could run a stack bot instead of friend bot. I would have that movement speed as long as I'm above 50% HP, and it wouldn't be conditional upon me me having a pet. And that would still leave me the other 2 points on the class mod. I could get pack tactics for more damage. Speed. Hey, Vocal. Look at a doc's testing a wedding invite. There's no mention of how long the bonus lasts. Also missed the cryo vulnerability. Yeah, it's one of those things slip through the cracks. And wedding invitations, old gun as far as BL3 goes. That was introduced February 2020. So, like, in 2023, there's people finding out things that were in Borderlands 3 in late 2019, early 2020. Just shows you the depth of the game. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, because while I enjoy the speedrunner energy that PP% gives me, I'm about to fucking explode. So, 1 second. Okay, me back. Sorry about that. Also do PP% while farming. I believe it gives you better luck. See, Cam gets it. All started when I was farming for its piss, good old days. A little bit of superstition enhances it. I like it. It's like, did anyone else have a ritual for catching Pokemon in, like, the Gen 1 Pokemon games? Like, did you input a certain button combo while the Pokeball was shaking? Stuff like that. It doesn't do anything, but it helps you in your mind. If you didn't down B, you were wrong. There you go. Alright. So I need to look at a stack bot. I need to look at a stack bot here. Okay, so these are the things I have to choose between. It's the same amount of movement speed. That's the thing. I get the same, excuse me, the same amount in both of these cases. However, Stackbot will give me some damage, which could be nice. But each of them has a condition where the movement speed turns off. I lose the Stackbot move speed if my health goes below half. But I'll lose the Friendbot movement speed if my pet is dead. However, pet being dead isn't a condition that'll really ever happen with a Friendbot on, because as long as I have an enemy to kill. I'm inclined to try Stackbot and Res. See how this goes. Like, maybe I don't need the fadeaway swap with this either. I'm gonna try this. Now, this is gonna get super weird, but having no stinger and no Peregrine. Ugh. Default shift players quick space. Always sending items SMH. It's true. Just got all DLCs a couple days back. Before that, my life was just kilovolt for Monarch farming. Now it's just Sumo for Revolter. Yeah, farm would be like stack stab. The thing with this is I do need to throw more long-range fish because of the lack of Peregrine. But those extra 2 points in pack tactics do mean I do more damage. And it is a little more pet formula as well. Messy. Play it out. Oh, I'm so fast. Ugh. I think it's the bloodthirstiest Vault Hunter, BL1 Roland, Salvador, or Flak. Probably Salvador. Because while Flak is, like, obsessed with death, it's very, clinical, in a way, you know? Salvador is like, eat the guts! I guess that's how I feel about it. I'm gonna reset this. TBS didn't really have a contender for that position from what I remember. Nisha? Literally kills puppies for fun? Yo, it ticked up 14.99 pog. You know, I think I'm gonna respec and pull 1 point from Pack Tactics to get 1 point Grim Harvest. Because that's better formula for my racks. And my racks are actually doing an amount of damage. That's almost too much speed. Come on, fish, bounce favorably. The fish did not bounce favorably. Reset. Wee. Ish almost gets off the violence, not figurative. Yeah, well, literal thing. Hey, Thermal. Finally made it to Chaos Chambers. Now I gotta get that Dread one roll on my melee weapon. Best of luck. Out here trying to recreate 101 Dalmatians. Real. Black's such a well-written character for BL3. I've never played anything like these. The closest Serious Sam back in, what, 2008? Sounds right. BL3 is such a good fucking game. Yeah, Cam. This is one of those games that I could just infinitely come back to. Really had a positive impact on just life for me. Built up a community through it, met some cool people through it, and the game I still have a lot of fun exploring. Have 129% melee crit between my rings and armor, and melee crit chance only like 60 or something. Also not using a high crit melee weapon. Ghostblade set up as a rage handle, so I get 100%. I'd switch off of rage handle on Ghostblade personally, Thermal, because rage handle has a terrible crit damage multiplier. You get a lot out of just using... You don't need to hit 100. You can use a pickaxe or a great axe, and you still have a good hit rate with good overall damage. Rage handle is one of those things that it's also very buggy to swing it yourself. Sometimes you just get animation locked out. One thing that I think BL's lacking is Terminator style character with dual wield guns. We've had two characters with dual wield guns. Salvador and Nisha.
I'm almost a toddler. Let's go, baby. Goo goo gaga, gimme the mommy milk. Quag chad, quag chad, quag chad.
Stump, I don't know how to respond to that. So thank you for the 22 months with a 17 streak. No longer Snake Stick for Ghostblade. Snake Stick's nice, but you do have to swing it to get value. Pickaxe is just all around always good at everything. Iron Bear also technically dual wields guns, yeah. Change my Destroyer of Worlds flag to a Blood Order flag. I have no idea what either of those things mean. Build names that don't, like, tell you what they do, I don't know what that is. But I hope you're having a good time. BL3's playable characters are relatively well written. Yeah, I personally dislike Amara's personality, really underselling her actual background and placing it with me strong, although it's still serviceable enough. The funny thing about Amara is she's the most, on a personal level, the most insufferable. Like, Amara would be someone you'd get very tired of being in a room with. Just because she's very grating. She's all ego. But Amara is the most morally upstanding of all the Vault Hunters in this game. She's literally a superhero. Like, but she sucks. And I think that's great writing. I think that was a great choice. Amara's Homelander. I mean, Homelander's straight up evil. Amara's not. Attack command lifesteal with commandlet. Yeah, I would not personally run that. Sure, Worlds is K6 is stack bot plus Monarch. Oh yeah, that'd be way better. That'd be way better. dare compare Amara to Homelander. Amara's actually, like, not a bad person. She's just annoying. Homelander's a bad person. Reset, this is slow. Not gonna lie, I've been exclusively carried through the whole game by Crit and Hale's lifesteal. That's a thing that you can absolutely do, but I will say the game as a whole opens up for you when you stop needing lifesteal, because there's an abundance of playstyles that you can jump into, such as this. This is not a lifesteal setup. Well, Frozen Heart technically gives me life back on damaged health, but that's not the reason I'm using it. Some of my favorite setups in this game are ones that use survivability methods people often forget about, like aggro redirection. Flak is exceptional at that. This fadeaway augment right here, not my circus, incredible. More than enough survivability. I think one of the reasons why people see Flak as hard to play is because Flak is the only character that does not have skill tree access to lifesteal. So the standard approach since BL2 of, hey, get lifesteal and then you don't die, that's not applicable to Flak directly. You have to resort to things like doing a gun build with Moxie weapons or doing a gun build with lifesteal anoint. And the thing about those approaches is they're just straight up weaker than other things at your disposal. But at the end of the day, if you find a certain survivability method fun, then, like, who am I to tell you you can't enjoy it, right? Stop bouncing there, holy shit. Face Puncher build made on Zane's still my favorite. Haunted Hands? Yeah, Haunted Hands is very highly regarded. I don't know if you know that, but people love that build. They do? Yeah. It gets talked about in official pretty often. Not the fastest there, but it's fine. I'm like 8 seconds behind. Maybe make it up later with the additional movement speed. Okay, Pet, just go ahead and tank those. like forever. Can't rocket jump. Forgot that already. Shoot the GA. I actually had to. I forgot about not having Peregrine. Definitely changes how I have to approach some of this. Like, I can't do that. Okay, yeah, I need the fadeaway movement speed there. Good to know. Reset. GA is a gun. GA is actually a very good gun for shooting. Be gentle, guys. People. Learning is a curve. Understanding is not instant, especially when it comes to something as complex as comparing builds in this game. I'm not quite keeping up with the conversation, but just a reminder to remain respectful and whatnot and helpful. I forgot I wanted that Grim Harvest point already. What's it like having a short-term memory? 'Cause, I would love having that. It'd be so nice. I did not manage my cooldown well there. That's what caused that. It's like to have a what? I don't know, but I wonder what it's like having a short-term memory. Don't know, I forgot. Hate you guys. One of the things I'm missing on Rackside for the class mod, the correct passives, and the artifact with the correct passives. Okay, so the thing with that, Upper Moon, is that's like the majority of the build. Passives on these two slots mean more than anything else in your entire build for the majority of builds. Means more than what guns you're holding, exception being things like GA and Psycho Stabber, means more than what you have in your skill tree. The stats on these are crazy. I would tell you, but is there a point? Is there a point to what? I forgot what we're talking about. Let's try that. So, the input for this, for the skill tree swap, hey, Pathy, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. What I love most about BO3 is you can do a run without splash weapons thanks to hollow point splash rate is still the most powerful passive to have. Often is, yeah. Imagine forgetting things in the year 2020. Pain. Feel like memeing pet build EGR again. Why do you do this to yourself? Okay, so the input for this is K, E, left control, escape. And then to switch back, K, E, left alt, escape. What I really like to know is who Rowan is and what he did to get his own weapon. Yeah, Lucian as well, for that matter. And who's Robin, anyway? I had a connection hiccup. ISP, we good? We good? We chilling? No, we're fine. Who's Ruby? And why are they wrathful? Don't answer any of their calls. It's 2020. Who answers the phone anymore? It is 2020, right? And there is no queen. It's 2023. Okay, I'll stop procrastinating. So, sub 120 for the first room is the goal. Sub 4 crystals, if possible, is the goal. Sub 430 into the second room after crystals 1, goal. Sub 8 anathema. Sub 940 hitting the jump pad to crystals 2. Sub 12 exiting crystals 2. And then sub 13 starting the Scourge fight. Those are all the time goals for the run. Real excited for Mayhem 2.0. Oh no. I remember we were dreading 2.0 instantly the second they gave us any details. We were like, don't like that. Too slow. 2021 and 22 are fake news, by the way. They're just 2020's sequel and prequel. 2022 is a prequel to 2020? That makes sense in the timeline, honestly. And 2.0, what cursed memories you brought up on my soul? 2.0 eventually got to a point where it's like, okay, this is fine. But there were some casualties, yeah. And 2.0 when I put for a while because they're just Monarch lands. There were more guns than that, but it was... Yeah, I know you know that. It was, limited. Like, for the most part, the weapons people were actually using were the things they had buffed right before 2.0, the things that came out with 2.0, cartel gear, and DLC 2 gear. That was the majority of what everybody used. Because a lot of base game stuff was rendered questionable by the new HP threshold. Remember, launch 2.0 was not 10,000% HP, it was 12,500. So, things were tankier than they are now. On top of most gear and stuff available to player being, like, weaker. A lot of stable annoyance didn't exist yet. A lot of character balancing things hadn't happened yet. No purple trees. Mayhem scaling didn't exist. Captain Tron dropped me a max damage Malix Bane. What a flex. Slow. Ace my stat test. Let's go. Back when GTD released, tried playing it on MAM 6 or so, which roundabout matched the old MAM 4. Actually felt reasonable. Still in my headcanon, they just developed it with M4 in mind. Never had the opportunity to balance over the M2.0 update. I disagree with that, Lone, because the GTD was balanced fine. It was the game as a whole. They could have left GTD alone and done the changes they did to the game to get the game as a whole feeling better, then GTD still would have been fine. GTD did not need to be targeted at all. That was skill issue. It was two issues. It was impatience, because they changed things around it that made it more doable for people, and skill issue. Until BL3 is balanced completely hecked by the fact they decided that 15 times HP wasn't enough, almost multiplied that by 10. I wouldn't call it hecked at all, because the game still manages to be relatively well balanced when all is said and done. And additionally, big number is kind of something people expected since Borderlands 2, where items have millions of card damage for no real reason. Damage values, numbers in general, just stop meaning anything. So this is that to a lesser degree. You could argue that problem got smaller, not bigger. Never beat pre-nerf GTD, I'm still mad about it. Pre-nerf GTD was cool, and further proof that, you know, it wasn't out of player reach is that one of the first, if not the first, recorded clear was Newt using Moze with a Sandhawk, with multiple Sandhawks, Cutpurse Launchpad, and Minesweeper class mod. And this was also the day the Sandhawk was nerfed. This was before Mayhem scaling existed at all. Like, And dude did it with the Sandhawk on most. Retor and myself and most of the Flax were just running around using Monarchs and Refluxes with 3-shot fade. Lazy was doing Hellzerker. It's undergeared on the day I tried it, went away for the weekend, came back, it was nerfed. Yep. 5 days after release, they nerfed it. Stomach, you good? Ugh. Pre-nerf GTD was the most fun and most intense gameplay I've ever experienced in Borderlands. Pre-nerf GTD had, like, us running co-op. Like, people were actually making group builds. Like, I did a 4-player where I was a support flak. I used Gamma Burst and Red Fang so that no one else would get targeted. And it was cool having to think like that. Because enemies lived long enough. No thank you, Francis. But if you're looking for people to play with, then the official Borderlands Discord would be a better place than a random stream chat. So half the time I think your stomach noises are the jabber. Maybe they recorded my stomach to make the jabber noises. You don't know. I was playing only Amara when Hemo was released, so I wanted to uninstall in frustration. Then I saw Lazy kill Hemo with Amara and Monarch. Yeah, Hemo's one of those cases where it's a very simple and straightforward enemy, but it has that thing that Borderlands bosses don't, and Borderlands gameplay doesn't, where you need to move. Think about the entirety of Borderlands combat design. How often do you fight something that's like, don't stand here? It's not very often. So just that one thing is enough to throw people off on Hemo. Having to move your feet is enough of a difficulty spike for your average Borderlands player. When you know about it, it's easy enough to do. But the thing is, how do you know to do that if it's not already in your mind that that's a thing you can do because you've never had to do it? Hemo's supposed to make you move and find them wrong. If you don't have the DPS, just brute force it, then yes, you're going to need to move to avoid all of the massive AoE spam. If you do have the damage, then yeah, you can still bypass, because it is, at the end of the day, still a Borderlands boss, and basically all of them you can just brute force by damaging before they can do anything. Example, the Anathema strat in GTD speedrunning. You damage the boss in its spawn location before it can move, so that you never have to move off of the platform. You don't have to move because you forced it. Same exact concept, just in a different arena. Nope, not fast enough. Reset. Hey, Kareem. How you doing? Welcome in. Usually because half the time pet builds are just get funny one-shot clips on Seer. Right. Here's a crazy day for pet build. Give up Look the Wounds for Grim Harvest, Megavore, not even challenge or Blue Capstone. That's not a super crazy idea, Butter. Honestly, giving up Lick the Wounds means your pet will spend more time actually engaging. Like with the loader, it's smarter if you don't take Lick the Wounds because it'll just focus on killing and you'll get up that way anyway. And like with Spider Ant Countess, if the Countess is underground and you go down and you have Lick the Wounds, it'll get permanently stuck underground. So there's cases to not take it, yeah. You just need to be very careful. Stomach. Is that a hunger noise? I can't even tell anymore. That's good enough to continue. You Twitch full time? Yeah. It's something that, circumstances kind of led me into. And I'm fortunate enough that my living situation is not expensive enough that I can't get by on Twitch. But, yeah. For now, yes. Could have gone smoother, but I'll take it. Real dangerous. Excuse me. Don't lose that much time to this. Only like 5 seconds. But it is very annoying. I didn't see that fish at all. And I was being careful. Racks just to regen grenades. To regen grenades, also to trigger my my shield anointment. You see that Nova that's happening? That's happening every time I press my action skill button. The racks do some damage on their own, but without Peregrine, they're mostly just facilitate other things that are happening. Revenants there is just so annoying. I hate it. And we have the straggler up there too. That was very dirty. Play it out though. I need to practice the menuing for the fadeaway swap here. Of course I missed that. Will. Fumbled that a lot, but that's the idea behind doing the fadeaway swap there. It lets me do that without a rocket jump. And I switch back here. And not needing to rocket jump means that here I can use a res on my pet. Or what hopefully I need a little more pet damage formula there. Come on. I need a little more formula. So with this move speed, maybe I can do that. Or experiment. I'm like 20 seconds behind. This will still let me test the movement in the other half of the run. I'm okay with that. I just need a little more. How do I get more damage into that pet without changing anything? I have a thonk about that. Hang on. That's rude. So we have the pet, which means I have more movement speed, even without the extra points in Fast and Furious that the stack bot's giving me, that I normally have in this section. Next comm to try out for this, I want to try out a 3 he bites, 2 eager to impress Rack Commander. Rack Commander used to be best in slot for this build. Did I get Randy's Revenants? What's this? Straggler. Straggler. Ah, I messed that up anyway. Reset. Oh, wish me luck this weekend. I'm taking the kiddo on his first flight. Ooh, good luck. Cool build. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Almost all damage he deals from Fisher the Nova? Yes. I shoot the kick charger at diadems, and that's pretty much it. Because Fish deals melee? Yes. Fish dealing melee means that we are able to boost its damage with various damage formula things a lot. And also, static charge artifact goes absolutely fucking crazy. So it's a huge part of the build's ability to clear multi-target. Okay, looked up in the files. Wedding Invite has a status effect for both its fire and cryo damage, both of which do the same thing, adding 25% fire and 50% cryo vuln. Supposed to add particle effects too, from what I can tell, and show you what was applied, though I don't think I've ever noticed that, which might just be because of BL3's insane amount of visual pollution. Stacking strategy of capped 4, which would in theory mean you can get 4 stacks of each, not in total. Though there aren't many enemies that survive long enough to be hit by 4 pellets and 4 ricochets. So one is applied by the shot and the other by the ricochet. So the cryo is applied by the ricochet and the fire by the shot. No timer, so it defaults to something, or it's just infinite. Want a Pokemon coloring book? That does sound fun. Have a good one, Viper. Thanks for hanging out. Like, I have this Rack Commander. I want one a little more suited. Although, let me just try Friendbot. Yeah, I gotta try the Friendbot, because that should be pretty smooth anathema cycling. I'll try Rack Commander first. What is the skill name for Eager to Impress? Rolls on this. Where is it? Sorry, looking for a thing. Bond 2. Why is it called Bond 2? I don't know, man. Let's try that. So I won't have that crazy movement speed, but maybe Fade Away without that is still enough to make that jump. tire him out before the flight, so he sleeps. Apparently, it worked wonders with me as a kid. Flying during nap times, either he'll sleep, which is great, or he won't, which would be a complete toss-up. The last, like, 6 times I've flown, there's been at least a couple small children. Most of them have been well-behaved, I will say. Like, the biggest thing is just no volume control, because no kid has that. But, like, not a lot of intentional screaming or anything, so... The rare good parents on planes. Now, of course, that hasn't been universal, but... And there's only so much you can do. The point is, I think it'll be fine. I believe in you and the kid. One status supplied by the ricochet and one by the main pellet. They both debuff the enemy on both fronts. Yeah, I read the wall of text out already, Lo. Other than the particle effect part. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that is very interesting. The no timer part 2? Yeah, yeah. So, like, this kind of means that there's some builds with swap speed that shooting a wedding invitation becomes interesting on. Like, there's a timer. What does it default to? Testing now? Okay. That was the next thing. That was the next thought. But I'll continue. Like, Sentinel. You can make Sentinel do entirely cryo damage. So debuffing a boss with wedding invitation for Sentinel is like pretty cool, because you can get 5 cold bore on, say, remote ranger very easily. And that's cool. This also means that you could justifiably, on Amara, because she can get a shit ton of swap speed, you could just give something a huge fire debuff and shoot it with, like, a radical with fire infusion. Seems like it's the duration of the status. There's particle effects that we never noticed. Huh, that's cool. So duration of the status. That's another Amara W, because anima. Only on crit? That makes it interactive. I like it. So I suppose this also means that on flak builds that have fadeaway, you can just use your first 2 shots on that, and then your third shot be something that benefits. So you don't have the swap speed to really capitalize super hard. Does the status have to be applied? Like, do you need to apply a dodge? Or does it just happen from the crit? Particle effects do work. There's a question how nobody ever noticed. You don't see anything when you play BL3. Come on. New tech time? Yeah. New tech. Doesn't need to dot, I don't think. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, Beef. How you doing? Snow. Noticing and testing literally everything. Nice. Anima does indeed not affect it. Sad. Death, can you see me? No, too many particle effects. Status effect is a term and functionality used pretty freely inside BL3. There's a lot of terminology that doesn't quite mean what it says it does in BL3. You have status effect, you have crit, you have splash damage, you have weapon damage. None of those are used consistently. Elemental damage, none of those are used consistently within the game. Damage resistance, damage reduction, And internally speaking. Yeah, so do I. Actual status effect component? Yeah. This applies both internally and externally. No, you? I like that build. I had a thought, but I don't remember it. Oh yeah, it was to go back to the third pack tactics. Try it without, see what happens. Yes, bonk, J-Bridge. Hello. One gripe I have with my build is I can never make a sniper flak work. Snipers can definitely work on flak. This game isn't like the ones before Borderlands 3 where you have some weapon types that a character is just gonna suck with very few exceptions. There's very little weapon type bias in this. Like, the most you'll see is that, like, it's somewhat harder to get launchers to feel good on Amara. But beyond that, like, that doesn't mean it's not doable. It's very doable. But beyond that, there's no real character bias in weapon types. All types are viable in all characters. Look at Kensei description, enough to make your head hurt. Yeah, Kensei is wild. you are. There we go. That's a runnable time. Take that. Ah, not the pillar. Been better, but I'll take it. Using the Krakatoa, Mountain Sniper, don't remember, gave up. Late game weapons, Leo to Sandhawk, really drain the ammo before I can get anywhere. One of the things the Sandhawk's balance around is it's a boss melter. Let's reset this. High priority single target. If you're gonna sustain it, you need to invest elsewhere in the build. There are snipers you can use long term as a primary weapon. Off the top of my head, ones that work well in that role: Skull Masher, Storm, Firestorm. With a little bit of attention to build, you can get value out of Headsplosion, Bird of Prey, Monocle. Stalker is decent. Krakatoa is decent. Small secondary explosion on crit when the debuff applies, and it gets splash. So, if you see the explosion, you know you applied the debuff. Okay. Boogeyman? Yeah, I love the Boogeyman. Numbers are confusing, not nailed down. Starts off as 17% of impact plus splash, increases the debuff stacks 34 or 50. Cool. Like 99% chance. I do love some consistency. Boogeyman's the only Vlad off I really use often. Same? It's like kick charger for speedrunning, but then other than that, Boogeyman, yeah. Beat the Arbalist Discipline, congrats. Vlad off as a manufacturer just kind of sucks. Like, the whole role of Bullet Hose is filled better by Dahl and by COV. More of the underbarrels on Vladoff are bad than good. There's exceptions, of course. Like, the Monarch's great, obviously. Kick Charger's great. Ion Cannon. Boogeyman. But a lot of them are just... You know, there's more infinities than there are boogeymen. Let's put it that way. slow. Master crossbow, that's not a good one. Looking for the sniper fantasy, the boogeyman's just incompatible with things just larger AR rather than the sniper, however, as a weapon in the sniper rifle category, it's great. Yeah, you can use Sandhawk as a traditional sniper even, but boogeyman just doesn't have a way to work in that role. It doesn't need to, yeah. In terms of, like, traditional sniper role, then you'd probably be looking at, in the most circumstances, Headsplosion, I think. Simply because it's splash. And weapons being splash does a lot for them in this game. Disruptor, that's another good one, yeah. I'll get some sleep, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, Lone, and for giving us a new toy to play with. I appreciate that. Krakatoa is such a cool weapon, though. Krakatoa is fully viable. It's just, it's in that category of you do need to treat it a little more like an AR. Kind of satisfying to freeze an enemy in place so I can line up a fish on them. That's been fun. And snipe with the boogeyman. I don't think you're understanding. Sandhawk has a semi-automatic mode you can choose to use. And there's both ammo mitigation and damage reasons to do so if you want a traditional sniper playstyle. Boogeyman has one setting, and that's burr. His best setting. It's also not the point of the conversation. We already talked about how Boogeyman's good. Why am I continuing this? This is horrifically slow. No thank you. Interesting, so the debuff happens on crit, giving a fire explosion particle effect. The ricochet also has a secondary explosion, creating a cryo particle effect. Both debuffs work for both elements. That lines up. Or I forgot to ask earlier, the GA notice for Frozen Heart damage, right? Yes. 150 over 90 is to help the Frozen Heart. Basically, Frozen Heart, without the support of either Terror, Cryo, or URAD, starts getting a little bit questionable. So we go 150 over 90. Because that's the least gear commitment, even though that is inferior to what we would get by having, say, Terror. There's totally a world in which having an apply Terror weapon of some kind here, and then having Terror Cryo in the GA is optimal. There's totally a case for that. That's just something I haven't explored yet. Wedding invite with cryo bonus on it to be much stronger. It's good to know. What are we thinking? Wish. Next 2 mags cryo. ASC 50 cryo. ASC 50 fire, I guess. Infusion cryo, Kensei cryo. Ooh, Kensei wedding invitation. That's so based. That's so based. Trying right now? Ooh, let me know. Assuming guns like Lyuda and Sandhawk are made for Moes with bottomless mags? No. Sandhawk is made for anyone who wants to kill a target very quickly. A single target. Like if there's a boss that you want to melt very quickly, Sandhawk. Dead. High DPS over short time. Right. Even on Moes, the way to get more value out of a Sandhawk is not by over-investing into ammo regen, because you still can't sustain it. You go damage. It's for dealing damage, so you do more damage. A common thing people do on Moes, and it is a mistake if you're trying to increase your overall power, is they focus on the fact that Moes can get more mag size. Even for Moes, getting more damage is usually better. Moes has enough things you incidentally grab that improve your ammo sustain, such as Cloud of Lead being one of the best skills ever made, which acts as a way of sustaining. Means of Destruction and Redistribution are ways of getting ammo back that don't require deviation. Going to Forge, taking Iron Bank and Matched Set, those points are often wasteful, because they don't increase your damage. And why shoot a thing 50 times without reloading when you could shoot it 30 times, kill it, reload, and be in the next room? got the straggler there. Let's see what happens. Maybe I can make up some time later. Rat Commander's awkward. I need to see if this works in the Anathema fight. That's the main thing. It's definitely worse than the other options for this early part of the takedown in terms of clear rate. Although, note that I pretty much always have a rack available because that extra charge is really good. Bug with rocket jumps not working. Their cause of that, just say fuck you whenever. Sometimes it happens, Leo. There is one guaranteed cause, and that's after the second time Scourge teleports you. Well, after you teleport back to the Scourge arena. I can't remember offhand. It's either after you teleport back from the first one, or after he teleports you the second time. It's always applied. Other triggers seem to be random. So, until Scourge fight, you can rocket jump, and then halfway through the Scourge fight, you can't anymore. But other than that, random. I'm about 20 seconds behind. Really liking it? Ooh, love to hear it. I'll have to mess around with that later today. Die. Why is that straggler suddenly started becoming a problem? Normal GTD and best run of the... Don't run to like 55, got fucked before Anathema. Yeah, it's, sometimes it just happens. Make sure you save quit often. That's the best advice I can give. Oops, forgot to be on the correct thing here. Okay, now it looks like I do need that little bit of extra. Okay. So I need a move speed comm plus... Here, we'll do this. I'll just do the backup lineup to get in there. It works. There we go. Need to test to see if the Rat Commander works out here formula-wise. Phase of Valk with half shield down to immune phase in 4 shots. I like to hear that. So that's correct. We have that. Almost enough. I think a Furious Attack stack changes that. Just short. I would need... I think a point of ferocity would be enough. Good test, though. Wedding Invitation had been a bit of a comeback. Yeah, that's, motivating. I would like to use that more. It also means you could probably do really funny, silly stuff with, Cold War on Zane. It's like, not only would swapping to it be faster with Cold War, it gets that cryo bonus element on that shot. So just like on any gun build where you're shooting fire or cryo on Zane, just switch to a Wedding Invitation and pop a couple shots into the crit spot. So you also have Playing Dirty for more projectiles, which means it applies faster. Also got extra fire rate. You could just pop twice. I think I can comfortably say this gun doesn't need to be buffed. We found the hidden reason why. Love to see it. Love to see it. What do I have equipped right now? I guess we'll find out. I just kind of started a run by reflex and I don't know... Is this Rack Commander? Yeah, okay, it's this. Look at the BL3 W of still learning things about items and their best use cases. 3.5 years after the game came out. Fucking love this game. Good throw? Kinda. Okay. The Rack Commander for the first room is a no. I would need more damage formula elsewhere. For Anathema. Or, no, like, just this, but with, 3-1-1 instead of 3-2. What's the name for the Wedding Invitation build? Joan. The rolls needed for a CMT or homing divider Merv bouncy. Yes, just divider Merv bouncy is enough to keep track of. All Atlas grenades are homing, so just look for, you know, Atlas grenades with divider Merv bouncy. Owning money tracker? Neat. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm gonna... Should have put on Weave on this build. Ooh, that'd go crazy. I'm gonna switch back to the other save. And we're gonna try 1 or 2 more decent runs, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Okay, me back. So many dollar store CMTs with the wrong combos. Yeah, I've had a lot get close as well. Almost did this with the wrong class mod. I guess I could give the grenade radius Peregrine a try. But it was very risky. Okay, why not? See what happens. Less melee damage, but it could be funny. And that's what matters. Be clearance rack's better analogy. Yeah, I like that. Also, clearance rack was my nickname in high school. Oh, the radius finally bit me. Wasn't sure if I had the plumage on or not, so that's why I hesitated to rocket jump. My Toast Hunter Seekers be elemental? Yes. That was a weird landing spot. Did I land in a different place? I wasn't looking at my screen, maybe I should have been. Fish bounce? No? Alright, I'll reset that. So, radius would give me some consistency in this first room. Like, I can make throws that I otherwise wouldn't be able to make. But it also means I am going to just blow myself up more often. Like, this is max radius fish slap you can have on not Moe's. And I am not safe from it. Hello. Isn't it true that nothing containing word grenade applies to fish? No, radius works. Fish still consumes grenade ammo. Fish gets grenade radius. It just doesn't get grenade damage. Anytime, like, it gets melee damage instead of grenade damage, and it gets everything associated with being melee, such as triggering artifacts, such as the mayhem scaling. But it still gets grenade radius. Don't you love when a Sarah spawns from the void in the room after Crystal's one just flies away from racks to the door and you lose 8 seconds? Oh, it's the best, isn't it? It's my absolute favorite. Well, take that. No! I hate this thing. The pillar of arbitrary time loss. $15.25? Ooh, that's still a nice run. Not PB, still a good one. Gross. Ugh. That radius is a little silly. I want to see what other VHs can do with the wedding invitation. No wonder it's strong back then. Yeah, we didn't know that it was doing that debuff at all. Like, just the hits enough for enough to give it the perception of power. Black being able to apply the debuff to the easiest is definitely attractive. No. 3-shot fade, wedding invitation sounds spicy. Yeah. You also have Wish and Two Fang for additional projectiles. Maybe tomorrow's a wedding invitation science stream. SWI, Wisconsin. technically the truth. Hey, Kirk. How am I doing this consistently? I'm hitting the pillar that I don't want to hit, like, every time. That straggler was unfortunate, but work with what you got. That aim. Certified quag moment. Needle guns be non-elemental? Yes. Unfortunate stragglers. I guess Frozen Heart, if I activate it from too high up, causes that. I guess that's why that's been happening somewhat consistently. Those are so scary. Big thing will be dealing with fish radius when they bounce back at me. My lineups don't need to be as precise with this radius, so that is something that works in my favor. But if a fish ever does that, high chance of me just being dead. switch takes advantage of both splash radius and grenade radius? Yes. That was bad. Not unrecoverable. Wanted my pet alive, but guess that's not happening now. Friends don't like explosions, they won't like Borderlands 3. Scary. Solid pace. Stun Mr. Torg noises. No, bad movement. Did the redemption break? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the quag noise. Quag, 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 Chad, quag. I'll make it myself. Quag, 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 Chad, quag. Knocked out of the square for a second. It's unfortunate. No! The radius caught up with me. Had that wisp there. I think that does cost me the sub 12. Or crystals finish. We'll see. No question? What's up? What can I do for you? flak, move it. I don't know what the stragglers up there. Huh. That's a joke. That is, as the kids say, an L. Are we to hide the HUD in your skill trees? No. Not without modifying the game. Any other way to get the singer other than Diamond Keys GTD? No. I'll play this out because this is at the end of the run, but this will not be PB or record. Still, good practice. Lost some time in crystals too. I gotta work on that. I don't know why that item took the wide path. I gotta learn how to platform. Got a lot of XP. I mean, there's not really platforming involved. I don't know why people keep saying GTD is platforming. What platforming do you think you have to do to get a stinger? Fuck me. Figure out how to do crystals. That's the key takeaway. Keep in mind that with crystals, your objective is not killing. You can achieve that objective through killing the enemies, but you can also achieve it through not killing them. By freezing them in place, making them fight each other while you just stand in the circle, the square, rather, uncontested. You have lots of choices in that department. Or make them fight pet, yeah. Easiest way is probably just B flak, use Gamma Burst and Red Fang, and then just attack command the pet to be away from the crystal. That's probably the easiest way. But there's also, on Amara, you can just use Stillness of Mind. It ties that bind, and then lock down an entire group and just sit there. On Moe's, you can just body block with Iron Bear so they physically can't get in to contest you. On all characters, you can just throw a Mesmer Grenade, and then nothing inside the circle will count against you anymore. Alright, uses Gamiverse? Yeah, if you throw on a Red Fang, then it's completely free. Every run we finished today was sub 17. So that's good, especially considering I've been changing out gear and movement and experimenting a lot. So, good on the consistency department. We got a 16-12 today? Or was it a 16 something in the teens, which was a good run. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Tomorrow, what day of the week's tomorrow? Friday. Maybe we mess around with that wedding invitation stuff. Gun that used to be extremely popular in this game, and it kind of fell off over time. But with the discussion today, there might be some cool ways to get value out of it. So maybe a build crafting stream tomorrow if I don't have the speedrunning itch. Yeah, let me find somewhere for us to go. Thank you to anyone who stuck around from K6's raid, by the way. Good to meet all you new people and anyone else who might have stumbled in. And of course, all the returning people. Lazy's on Elden Ring. Perek's doing another day of the charity Hi-Fi Rush. Sen's on BL3. Mr. J's playing the Outer Worlds. Ooh, yeah, they re-released the Outer Worlds this week. Like a definitive edition type deal. It's kind of got me want to replay that game. D2H is on Destiny. Now let's go to Lazy. If you got my emotes, copy the raid message. If not, that's okay too. Lazy's playing some Elden Ring. Another build crafter type dude. Also lots of Borderlands experience and whatnot. So if you like that, then he does that from time to time. But he kind of brings the same energy into Elden Ring, which is pretty cool. And my stomach's growling. I should stop babbling. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.